Kim Nguyen to do the pledge.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask everybody to please stand and prepare yourselves according to your faith. Dear Heavenly Father, we ask for your presence here this evening. Bestow your blessings on our deliberations so that we may have the benefit of your wisdom and integrity. Help us to make the best decisions for all of those who live and work in our great city. Amen.
Amen.
Place your right hand over your heart, face the flag, and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Alrighty, thank you. With that, we'll recess City Council and we'll go to Housing Authority. So I'll hand it over to Chair Brightingham for the Housing Authority.
We will go ahead and call the July 25th meeting of the Garden Grove Housing Authority to order. Madam Clerk, can you call roll?
Commissioner Beckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Dovin,
Present.
Commissioner Jones,
Here.
Commissioner Klompenstein,
Here.
Commissioner Tanwin,
Here.
Commissioner Tran,
Yeah.
Vice Chair Kim Nguyen,
Here.
and Chair Brightingham,
Here.
and Commissioner O'Neill is absent.
Oral communications. I don't have any cards. Is there anybody here wishing to speak to the Housing Authority? Okay, seeing none, we will close oral communications and move on to consent. We have housing status report.
I'll move to approve both items on consent.
I'll second.
We have a second.
Commissioner, I'm sorry,
Call for the vote.
Commissioner Beckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Dovin,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Klompenstein,
Yes.
Commissioner Tanwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Tran,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kim Nguyen,
Yes.
and Chair Brightingham.
Yes,
And motion received, 8 yes votes.
very good. We'll move on to matters. Any matters from commissioners?
No.
Seeing none, we will adjourn this meeting of the Garden Grove Housing Authority. The next meeting will be August 22nd, 2023. And back to the council.
All right, thank you. We'll reconvene City Council and we'll take 1 second to pause for Housing Commissioner Slade. Thank you. All right, we'll go on to presentations. We do have 1A, which is an update from Orange County Water District as presented by Division 1 Director Dina Nguyen.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Honorable City Council members. My name is Dina Nguyen. I'm Director for the Orange County Water District. Today with me is Jason Dedekas, Executive Director for Water Quality and Resources. Thank you so much for having us here tonight. For some background, Orange County Water District, it is a public groundwater wholesale agency. We have the slide up.
Ready?
Yes. You can do the next slide. Yes. Oh, okay. Hey, Jesse. Orange County Water District is a groundwater wholesale agency. Our mission is to sustainably manage the Orange County groundwater basin, which includes finding new and innovative ways to replenish the basin, maintain its high quality, and protect Orange County's rights to Santa Ana River water. We provide groundwater to 19 cities, retail water districts in North and Central Orange County, including the city of Garden Grove, who can pump up to 85% of their primary drinking water supply from the basin. We're proud of our efforts to sustainably manage the groundwater basin that provides a reliable local supply of water, all affordable rates. I would like now turn it over to Jason, who will provide an update on a few of our current initiatives. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Director Nguyen. Good evening, Mayor Jones, members of the council. Just a brief overview of the district and update on the status of the groundwater basin for you all tonight. As Director Nguyen mentioned, one of our primary jobs in terms of managing the basin on behalf of all the residents of North and Central Orange County is to increase the local water supply, keep that groundwater basin sustainable. And one of the key ways we do that is through a large project we have called the Groundwater Replenishment System. It's the world's largest project of its kind. We basically take water that goes to the sanitary sewer and otherwise be treated down in Fountain Valley or Huntington Beach and then be disposed of to the Pacific Ocean after treatment. We actually take that water and run it through an advanced purification process such that it's clean and meets all potable standards. And then we put that water back underground, both in the coastal area and then also replenish the basin in the Anaheim and area with it. And so it's been online since 2008. We recently expanded that facility when we termed it as the final expansion that allows us to reclaim all of the recyclable sewage at that location. And we're currently producing up to 130 million gallons per day. And that operating all year, that roughly correlates to about a third of North and Central Orange County's water needs that can be sustained through the groundwater basin with this type of advanced replenishment. One other thing I want to mention we're doing as well is working in the upper watershed, so in the San Bernardino Riverside area, working with the National Weather Service and the Scripps Oceanographic Institute on better ways to forecast storms coming to our area so that we can capture that stormwater runoff better through facilities like Prado Dam, which I'm sure you're familiar with, out where the 91 and 71 come together. We work very closely with the Army Corps of Engineers there to not only operate that facility for flood control purposes, but also for water conservation. One water quality issue I did wanted to bring to the council's attention that we're working on closely with city staff is PFAS, or per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances. I'm sure many of you have begun to hear about these more and more in the news. These are chemicals been around since the 1930s and 1940s, used in a wide range of consumer products and industrial applications. These impart things like sort of non-stick surfaces, very, very good at that. They're very resilient. One of the key features is they don't break down. They also impart sort of oil resistance and water resistance, so like a waterproof jacket, your Stainmaster carpet. It gives all these useful properties to them. Unfortunately, though, we're finding more and more, as more research is done, that prolonged exposure to these in humans does have some health side effects. That's becoming more to the fore. And so they're just so ubiquitous in so many products that they have been released in the environment. And unfortunately, we do find them in the groundwater basin in Orange County. And so to protect public health and meet state advisories and pending federal regulations, we've embarked on a large treatment program with cities like Garden Grove, such that the city's wells can remain potable and productive. So here are just some numbers here. I don't expect you to read all these, but this is sort of the coming storm in terms of federal regulation of this. The federal EPA back in Washington, D.C. has proposed some enforceable regulations for these early this year. We expect those to be finalized by the end of this calendar year, and compliance requirements for those for cities like Garden Grove and others probably within 3 years after that. In the interim, the state has set certain state advisories in terms about the allowable amount of these in groundwater and drinking water. And so we use this as our guide in terms of when treatment is necessary. So as I mentioned, we've put together a very large comprehensive treatment program with all the impacted retail water industries like City of Garden Grove and many of your neighbors here. Right now, we've determined that treatment was needed at 60 wells. Just to give you some context, there's about 200 large municipal wells in our service area operated by cities and water districts. So roughly a third of them have been affected by this. We estimate that the capital cost of building treatment to bring these wells back online to remove the PFAS chemicals at about just under $300 million. And the water district has adopted a policy where we, Orange County Water District, your groundwater wholesaler, will pay for the capital associated with facilities, so there's no cost to the cities. And then turn the facilities over to the cities to operate, and then the operating costs will be shared, 50-50 between ourselves and the cities. We estimate with those operating costs over a 30-year lifetime, we're probably looking at over $1 billion in response costs all told. And there's 11 retail agencies like Garden Grove that have been affected by this. So this map here shows just some of the work we're doing with City of Garden Grove on this. We identified 5 of the city's wells that were impacted. As soon as we and city staff became aware of this through testing, those wells are taken offline. And I believe the city has temporarily used a little bit more imported water from Northern California and the Colorado River in the interim as a sort of a temporary solution. But then we worked very closely with city staff to design and construct the necessary treatment facilities to bring these wells back online and restore the city's access to its lowest cost, most reliable water supply, that being the groundwater. And I just wanted to, so 5 of the 6 wells are back online, with the other the 6th one in construction right now. And I just wanted to compliment the city staff, especially your folks in your water department, have been very, very cooperative to work with here. It's been a real pleasure working with them on this, and our understanding is the initial operations of these facilities is going well for city staff, so I really appreciate their support and cooperation and partnership on this effort. And so we're continuing to build these systems. About half of them are online. We expect the other 30 to come online, the wells to be restored within the next year and a half. And we continue to do ongoing testing at the water district. The primary technology, the filtration technology is used for this is either like a carbon filter or like an anion exchange resin, the 2 ways. Basically, you just push the water through it and the contaminants are absorbed. Every once in a while, that the media gets exhausted, gets filled up, we have to replace it. And so we have constant kind of parallel testing going on, looking for sort of better products that give us longer life and drive down the operating costs for the cities and ourselves. And that's ongoing. And I'll close the saying we are pursuing cost recovery litigation. As you can manage, we don't think our ratepayers, like City of Garden Grove and the residents, should be on the hook for this contamination they didn't cause. So we're actually involved in litigation now to recover these costs and hopefully make everyone as whole as we can. With that, I'll stop there. Happy to take any questions from the council, but we really appreciate the opportunity to address you all this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions, comments? Oh, okay. No questions, comments? All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Thanks, Dina. Great to see you. All right, that takes us on to oral communications, and I'm going to start with 2 very special guests, our Police Chief Alfaro and also Chief Covey, to give us some updates regarding 4th of July.
Mayor Jones, City Council members, good evening. I am going to relay our efforts on the 4th of July deployment. That day we had an additional 24 officers deployed in the city along with our normal patrol resources. We actually saw a slight decrease in calls for service specific to fireworks. In 2022, we had 166 calls. This year, we had 160, so a decrease of slightly above 3%. What was an anomaly for us this year is that we did see an increase in other calls for service that actually tied up police resources to include domestic violence calls, intoxicated groups, and of course, we had one serious event with a gang-related shooting where an individual was struck, and that tied up our police resources for a while. But all in all, not a bad night when you talk about fireworks specifically. We did issue 27 administrative citations for the evening. I'm also going to give you an update on our animal control efforts because obviously 4th of July does impact our homes with pets. And that was staffed with 2 animal control officers from the hours of 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. and then an on-call officer after hours. During that time, there were 52 calls for service. 13 animals were impounded to include 11 dogs and 2 injured cats, and 9 of the 11 dogs were returned to their owners that evening. So a successful night in that. All in all, nothing out of the ordinary except for the calls of service outside of fireworks did seem to increase, even though it was a work day. So I'm hoping next year we'll see those numbers diminish and go back down to normal levels. Thank you. I'll pass on the mic to my public safety partner, Chief Covey.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor Jones, Council. We had what I would describe again as another average year. So we did prepare for it. We upstaffed a couple engines and brought them up in the area for the potential. Santa Ana was very busy, but we weren't. Last year we had 55 calls for service. This year we had 50. So we continue to trend down even from the previous year. Last year we had 13 fires. 2 of them were structure fires. 1 of them was confirmed due to fireworks. This year we had 11 fires, 1 of which was a structure fire. Was not confirmed to be fireworks, but I'm pretty suspicious of it. It was a trash can next to a garage that it caught on fire and extended into the garage. We had several of those across the county, and those are likely due to fireworks not being properly submerged and put out before thrown away. So my guess is it's likely something of that cause, although that is not confirmed. The other calls were 7 vehicle fires and dumpster fires and 3 vegetation fires. Those were all caused due to, not the vegetation fires were caused due to fireworks. So again, I think we're trending in the right direction. I would say a big part of that is the partnership with the law enforcement and their efforts with the citations that they were giving out. Those are not cheap. It's mitigating a lot of the illegal stuff and continuing with the safe and sane, which this council supports. So I think we're trending in the right direction. That's my end of my report. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions for either of the chiefs? All right.
Thank you.
Oh.
Quick comment, though.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
You know, my neighbor around the corner, I think, is the one you're talking about with his stuff there. And honestly, I don't know. I haven't even talked to him, but I did get a lot of input on the response, and it was very positive. I guess they got there pretty quick and
Yeah.
dealt with it. So anyway, thank you guys for that, and
welcome.
thank you, PD, for being out heavy and, you know, and trying to take care of us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. We appreciate you. Daniel.
Hello, Your Honor, Mayor and Councilman, Councilwomen. Thank you for hearing us out. My name is Daniel. I live at the 8300 block of Garden Grove Boulevard. This is really close to Garden Grove Boulevard and Beach Boulevard, right at the Chevron, the Rodeo 39, the Walmart, and all of the stores and the buildings all right there. We're in a bad situation. This is like my first time doing this. This is not something that I do, but we don't know what else to do. The community is overwhelmed. And it's addressing the dire homeless situation. We as the members of the community have become overwhelmed by the sheer amounts of homelessness, which include the mentally ill, gross sex offenders who are not registered. One in particular has tried to rape a girl that we knew in the community. We were luckily able to hear her screams and stop him with the PD. Criminally insane, people who are mentally insane, who are not stable. I've learned that they're being dropped off at the Garden Grove Inn from the jail to the Garden Grove Inn. This is not acceptable. We have our children, we have our wives, we have our church members, we have our neighbors who we love, and we are being dumped on by the judicial system, by the courts. We're being dumped on by all of these homeless. It's bad. We cannot even leave our home. My children were outside playing. They've gotten attacked several times on their skateboards by homeless men trying to hurt them, screaming, attacking them, and running like zombies, seriously, to where my children will not go outside anymore, and my wife will not let them go outside anymore. We have heard howling at all times of the night, fights amongst other unlawful activities that I dare not say. Break-ins, catalytic converters have been stolen. Our mailbox has been broken into for about a year and a half. All of our personal information has been taken. It has been used. amongst other things, credit cards, birth certificates that we sent out for. We went to the post office to try to get some help, and they really said there's nothing that they could do for us to get a P.O. box, which had us pay more money just to get our mail and drive to the post office to get our mail and fight who's going to do it. You know, me or you, me and my wife. You go get the mail today. No, you go get the mail. I did it yesterday. Huge encampments popping up daily. Large groups of homeless are setting up tents, shopping carts, random trash, littering, drug paraphernalia. The people who are living on our streets are not showering. They're not allowed in most restrooms, but are allowed in the stores. So when they don't shower and they don't clean themselves, they're touching the products that we touch with their drugs, with their hands that are been defecated on, sorry to say, and they're touching things. We have witnessed this. There was one lady who had her period and was walking through the Walmart with no hygiene, and it was just leaking on the floor. This is a daily occurrence. The 8300 block of Garden Grove Boulevard is overran. It is a war zone, to say the least, with the homeless. We beg the council, we beg the mayor, we beg you guys. We're here at the mercy of, our peers. We don't know what else to do. We tried for 3 years, me and my wife, to feed them, to clothe them, to counsel them, to help them. We went out there every day. There's no use, it's just too many. We can't do it. We've put out food, clothes, we've tried praying with them. There's nothing we can do. We have no help. And the people that do help only give them more of what they need to stay on the streets instead of getting them help to get off the streets. I know this is a bad situation for the whole world. I'm not, ignorant to the fact that we're all going through this. But if we don't do something, I'm afraid that Orange County will become like Los Angeles. The other day we were at the Huntington Beach, Bella Terra, and they've even started encamping there. The more we allow this to happen, it's going to get worse and worse and worse until everyone will basically move out of Orange County or just live with this. We will definitely move this year, and Orange County will no longer be what I remember it to be, which was a beautiful, beautiful haven of class and great people just loving life. So I just hate to see it come to that. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you taking the time to be here, and we're well aware of your concerns. I'm going to have somebody get back to you just to provide some more color on just what we are proactively trying to do in that area.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Thanks.
you.
Nicholas Dibbs.
Mayor Jones, members of the council, I'm Nicholas Dibbs, teacher educator. Mr. Durfee was in the hospital in intensive care for 6 days, and he has a message that he wants to share with the council. I'm doing this because, unfortunately, the council is not letting people call in who have a medical condition and can't be here in person.
Council, my name is Craig Durfee. Purpose of this recording is awareness about edema. I was in the Lawrence Memorial Hospital intensive care since last Wednesday night day to this last Monday night. Through this 4 years that I've not attended is because of edema. And I would suggest that this be part of the trail awareness marathon, because you're all affected by sitting too much. And according to my doctor, the blood flow is not happening. They do make desks and stand up. So I think it's important that the park has the promoting of the edema and also to have places to rest, to promote health, and so for mental health. I believe that this is something that is missing in our trail. I'd like to ask someone to call me, like General Neal. You do not, repeat, want to be in this position. And I'd like to explain to you that It's not a pretty picture in the wound center of Long Beach Memorial. I'd like to ask for your consideration to call me out of respect to care for you and sitting too much, possibly. So whenever 714-321-8238, and do care for you, but I cannot attend 4 years, and I'm still dealing with this now with care. Thank you.
Okay, so that dovetails in with our parks, including the Medal of Honor Trail. What he's saying is if all of us, we sit in front of computers, if we're supposed to walk around every 10 minutes, otherwise this edema can set in and it can affect all of us, each of us. So we need to get the Medal of Honor Trail going again, or improved, and that is, there's no benches, and I brought this up at the July 13th Parks and Recreation and Arts Commission meeting, and that is, why not have where people can donate a bench in someone's name, so we can have some benches there along the Medal of Honor Trail. Why don't we have some drinking fountains, some trash cans, and of course a flag? So these are things in the email that I gave you back in June, and I've updated it, and I'm asking you to also please appoint me to the Parks Commission so I can help bring positive change to the city and the community, improve our parks. Thank you. And I'll be at the next two concerts in the park at Eastgate Park if anybody wants to talk to me next 2 Thursdays. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole James. Did I screw that up?
Yeah, it's
Hymas?
Hymas. It's Hymas. It's
Hymas,
okay.
yeah.
Everyone says
Sorry.
James. All right. So, hi, I'm Nicole Hymas, and I have 2 different topics to talk about tonight. The first is kind of the Easter City event that we usually have at Atlantis Park. So, I was instrumental for the creation of Autism Day, and one of my visions was really to kind of expand that to the other city offerings. So kind of what Huntington Beach does is they have a time slot just for like the special needs community. So I was thinking, what if we kind of incorporated that into our city events, having a certain time probably in the morning just for the special needs community to attend. And now I'm switching topic to something completely different. As some of you, I'm sure you probably know, the last school board meeting, about Sean, Principal Conway, and GGUSD. And so if you aren't familiar with the situation, so teachers were told to ask their students about their religion, sexual identity, gender identity, and other identifying information, which violates Ed Code 51513 Article 2. They're not allowed to ask that. So when teachers started, speaking out, they were allegedly disciplined. And teachers were also asked to keep gender identity and names a secret from their parents. So if you're thinking about what does this have to do with me because I'm on city council, right? Well, these are families that are in each of your districts. So this impacts the quality of life for Garden Grove. And it gets into further of what is the role of government when it comes to parenting our children. So for gender dysphoria, it's the definition is psychological distress that results from an incongruence between one's sex assigned at birth and one's gender identity. It's a mental health diagnosis. So if the schools are going to step in and withhold information from parents who are responsible for their children's mental health, or maybe that's changed and parents are no longer responsible for taking care of their children's mental health, that's a discussion we really need to have. But again, it's a mental health discussion that the schools are, like Bolsa Grande, they do not want to inform parents of problems that their children have. So moving forward, we kind of need to ask ourselves, which side of history are we going to be on? Are we going to believe in parent rights? What rights do parents have when it comes to the raising and health and protection of their children? And what is the role of government? Does the government know what's best when it comes to public education and what happens at school? As we've already seen with Temecula and Chino, You know, this is something that really isn't going away. Whereas Temecula was fined over $1 million for not including Harvey Milk. And Chino came up with rules and regulations. All right, and that's it. Thank you, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Anna Parker.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity for being here. I was here a few times talking about the same issue, and I really appreciate that at least I learned something and I had people helping me. And I would like you to suggest something for that to not happen to others. Because when neighbors started building that close, I came to the city and I heard a city clerk say, hey, your house is too long, you need to cut it off. But it's a 7-year-old house built before Garden Grove incorporated it. And when they poured this slab, I could not find them. So if you can put a note there, hey, this is how you contact these people about the construction that is going on, to avoid that, because I could not get a hold of the owners, and it took me forever to find out how to contact them. And then I would come to the city and I would get misinformations. So what once Joe Dovey put, that is very important, that people are trained here to, if they don't know the right answer, to just say, hey, hold on, we are going to find that out and we are going to get back to you. And I would like to ask you to forgive me because maybe I put something out there that was not right, but at least when I did it, I found out what was right, and I said, hey, this was wrong, so please forgive me. And I'm still having an issue because they built 2 air conditioners right by our bedrooms, and the municipal code says air conditioners by sleeping facilities, and they are blasting there for days, and we come to the city and nothing's done about that. So you could please do something about their air conditioners, and we might have to work on their construction, and if you could please help them to not cost so much, because something is going to have to be changed, and to avoid that, for that happening to nobody else anymore, because that was so hard, and it's been hard, but hopefully it's going to be soon. It's going to be over very soon. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Good night.
Thank you. Ruby Garcia. No? All right. She coming? Okay. Yeah, okay.
Good evening, Mayor Jones, City Council, City Manager Kim, and City staff. My name is Ruby Garcia, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Andean Aid and Safety Group, here to invite all of you and all of our special needs families watching us from home to our 2nd annual Communities Come Together of Garden Grove event on September 13th from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the Community Meeting Center at 11300 Stanford Avenue in Garden Grove. At the safety event, we'll be working proudly with the Garden Grove Police Department to teach special needs kids, families, and how to be safe in the community, like calling 911, crossing the street, and selecting good and bad candy just in time for the Halloween holiday. Last year's event was well received amongst the community, and so many families benefited from this event. Our group is trying to promote safety and independence for our special abilities individuals, and essentially bringing our communities together along with the Garden Grove Police Department. Please call 714-856-4914 to RSVP, as we want to ensure we have enough supplies for this event, and we look forward to another successful event. Thank you.
Go.
No, read that. Read. Join us.
Join us September 14th. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ada?
Please join us.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Leland Sisk.
Mr. Mayor, council members, and the hardest working city staff in the northern half of Mexico and all of California. Couple of minor things and then a request on item 6A about the cannabis fund. I have one, it's probably just a grammatical error. On page 374, down at the bottom, it says Garden Grove consists of a city of 18 miles. What? But then on the top of the next page, it says 18 square miles. That makes more sense. So one of the two needs to be corrected, okay? Then I have a procedural question on page 380. It outlines the use of the $250,000 and a huge chunk of the money is going to be used for extra DUI or impaired driving checkpoints. So here's my question. If all this money is going to be used for checkpoints, are those checkpoints that the city would never normally pay for and set up? Or does the city have that in the budget already for the police department, and now this cannabis tax money is being used to replace city funds? And if that's the case, what's going to happen to the money that was replaced? I'm confused. There seems to be a duplicity of funds here. Where's it all going to go? I mean, if we're going to use the $250,000 to do that, where's going to happen to the money that the city already had to set aside for that, if that's the case? Now, I want to do a shout out to Nicholas Dibbs, and I'm not him. If the goal of the city is to reduce impaired driving, then I think at least a quarter or half of this money 1 year should be used to do what Mr. Dibbs said and set up a fund to teach children who have not yet acquired a driver's license, don't drink and don't do drugs and drive. If the goal is to reduce impaired driving, I can't think of a better way to do it than set up a program, as Mr. Dibbs said, to help these students who are maybe having problems and who would eventually get a driver's license and become impaired and then get caught. I think that's just as useful as setting up checkpoints for people who already have a license. So I got 47 seconds, but I'm done. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. All right, that's all the cards I have. Is there anyone else wishing to speak under oral communications that did not submit a card? Okay, we'll go ahead and close oral communications, and now we're going to recess to do successor agency, and then after that we'll do Sand District. Madam Clerk, will you please call roll for successor?
Member Breitigam?
Here.
Member Tran?
Here.
Member Dovin?
Present.
Member Klopfenstein?
Here.
Member Nguyen?
Here.
Chair Jones?
Here.
And Vice Chair O'Neill is absent tonight.
All right, we already did oral communications simultaneously with City Council. Consent items, it's just receive and file the minutes. Can I get a motion in a second?
A motion.
Call to vote.
Okay, you guys are moving fast. Motion received, 6 yes votes.
Any matters from agency members? Seeing none, we will adjourn to Sanitary District, and in President O'Neill's absence, I will hand over the floor to Vice President Cindy Tran.
I would like to call the Sanitary District meeting to order. Madam Secretary, will you take roll?
Member Breitigam?
Here.
Member Dovin?
Present.
Member Klopfenstein?
Here.
Member Nguyen?
Here.
Member Jones?
Here.
And Vice President Tran?
Here.
And President O'Neill is absent tonight.
Okay. Oral communication will held simultaneously with the City Council. So let's move to the consent. There is one item on consent, receive and file minutes from the June 13, 2023 meeting. Would anyone like to make a motion?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, so call for the vote.
Motion received, 6 yes votes.
Move to matter. Is any matters? No. So the sanitary district meeting is adjourned until Tuesday, August 22nd, 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. We will reconvene City Council. That takes us on to consent calendar. It's recommended that 3A through 3O be acted on simultaneously unless anyone would like to pull an item.
I will move it.
Second.
Call to vote.
Motion received, 6 yes votes.
Takes us on to public hearings, item 4A.
Okay. Item 4A is adoption of a resolution amending certain user fees, and Ms. Song is here to give that report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you is a resolution amending several user fees in the categories of public works, police services, and community services. Before getting into the detailed fee increases, I wanted to provide you a little bit of an explanation of user fees. So user fees are not tax. It is not an assessment to everyone. Instead, they are established and charged voluntarily for voluntarily purchased municipal services that benefit specific individuals or groups rather than the general public. The majority of the city services are funded by tax revenues and are considered general government services. These services include police and fire safety, street improvements, parks, and so on. The services subject to user fees are very different from these general public services, as the latter benefits only a specific group or groups of people. The cost of providing these services should not be burdened by the general taxpayer. And this is why the prudent financial management encourages the full recovery of the cost of providing the specific services. And that's why we're bringing these fee studies to you periodically to adjust the cost recovery amounts. So state law authorizes the city to adopt and implement user fees up to the estimated reasonable cost of providing such services. In 1994, the City Council adopted a master fee schedule and combined all previously approved fees and charges for various city services. Periodically, this schedule is being reviewed and updated to achieve best cost recovery. Last July, we have updated the fees for certain water installation services for new constructions and the rental rates for small picnic shelters and picnic pavilion at the Garden Grove Park. And this year, as part of the routine review of existing fees, staff had identified several areas require update. The Public Works Class B permit fees were established to recover the city's costs for inspection, plan check, and staff time for certain development projects. Most of these work are done by third-party contractors. The fee adjustment is to achieve alignment with our current contractual costs, and the proposed fee increase averaged about 5 to 7%. For example, inspection charges for permits went up from $115 per hour to $120 per hour, and final map check increased from $145 per hour to $155 per hour. Our police department also brought forward some updates to their fees. Currently, GGPD charges 10 cents per page for reproducing records and police reports. This fee has not been changed for many years. The current fee not only is insufficient to recover the cost of material and postage, it also creates a lot of unnecessary administrative burden because the rates change per request. So to improve the efficiency and achieve better cost recovery, PD performed an analysis on the average labor and material involved in producing these records and proposed to change the fees to a standard $20 per report. This amount is minimal comparing to other law enforcement agencies. The current police services fees does not include a rate for false alarm on unpermitted or expired permits. So we're not being able to recover the false alarm charges if a alarm permit is not even in existence. So PD is adding this one to the fee schedule. We're charging the same amount of the fee as the permitted ones, except without the courtesy waiver for the first two false alarm occurrences. So this is the $50 per false alarm does not represent the full cost recovery. However, it's a small amount to remind and encourage business and homeowners to be more responsible and to be mindful of our limited resources. The third change to the police service fees is to remove the entire section on cost reimbursement for jail inmate booking. This is caused by the passage of California Assembly Bill 1869 criminal fees, which took effect on July 1st, 2021. A total of 23 fees were eliminated by this bill, and accordingly, we have to remove our booking fees from our fee schedule. So the last fee category change is in the community services. Staff had completed a comprehensive fee study on the various community services fees in spring 2023. To make the fees consistent among all similar city facilities and events and improve the readability of the fee schedule, staff had restructured the entire schedule for the community services category and created the same 5 classifications among all facilities and events, and adjust the fee amounts based on actual cost and rates of neighboring comparable cities. So extensive work was done by community services staff. They surveyed almost, more than 10 cities around us and making sure that we are in line with the other cities and we're charging a reasonable amount of fees, also to be able to recover as much as we can for the facility usage and staff time. So all of the proposed fees are listed on Schedule A attached to the resolution. The schedule was made available for public view at the city clerk's office. The notice of public hearing was published on July 12th, 2023, and again 1 week later on July 19, 2023. Upon the completion of the public hearing, staff recommends that the City Council adopt the resolution amending the user fees listed on Schedule A. This concludes my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions of Patricia before we open the public hearing? All right, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. We do have one card from Nick Dibbs.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I'm Nicholas commenting about in the public hearing. First off, I want to say, like I have in past council meetings, that whether it's a council meeting or a public hearing, you should allow people who cannot physically be here to call in. And the way you do it is you limit it to maybe 5 people. And those who have a medical condition or a handicap of some kind get first priority. And so for this hearing, it's kind of sad that maybe I'm the only one that's speaking. So I want to ask the council members and the mayor to please put it on the agenda to allow people to call in. It's not going to hurt. We did it during the pandemic. Why can't we do it now? With regard to the fee structure, I know that costs have gone up, and our sanitary our company that picks up the trash is doing a good job. The water department's doing a good job. So I was pleased with the Orange County Water District report, and so I think we just have to pass on the fees, and hopefully at some point they'll go down, but everything seems to be going up. So that's about it. The only question I have, and I assume that the fee schedule was posted on the internet, hopefully, along with the hearing notice. So thank you for the staff for doing a good job with this, and our water and sanitation departments deserve accolades for the wonderful job that they do. I think our city's in doing fairly good on this as far as our public works. So I'm happy with the public works department. So accolades to Bill Murray and his staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on 4A? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Colleagues?
No, I was just, you said it before I did, so I was like, oh, it's already done.
We have a motion and a second. We'll call the vote. Thanks.
Motion received, 6 yes votes.
All right, thank you. Takes us on to 5 commission committee matters. I'm going to ask that we continue both 5A and 5B till next meeting.
We don't need to take action, do we?
What's that?
We don't need to take
I
action?
don't believe so.
No, it's not a public hearing, so
Yep.
we can just continue them.
Okay, thanks. And we'll go on to items for consideration. We do have 6A through 6K, so if we can ask that we speed through any abridged staff reports on those items or whatever we need to do to get through them one by one.
Item 6A is approval to participate in the 2023-2024 Cannabis Tax Fund Grant Program. 6B is the award of contract to All City Management Services, Inc. for RFP number S1312 Crossing Guard Services. And 6C is approval of the Second Amendment to the agreement with the County of Orange to provide forensic services. And Chief Alfara is here to give those reports. Thank you. He's going to be here very soon.
Thought he had more time. I don't have your phone number. Your telephone number. Can you write it down?
Evening, Mayor, council members. So the first one is for the 2024 Cannabis Tax Fund Grant Program. This will be a grant for the city to receive $250,000 in federal funds to implement DUI and CDL checkpoints throughout our city. This will have no financial impact on the city as it is a grant program, and we are requesting that the council approve this so that we can move forward with it.
Thank you, Chief.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Call the vote.
Motion received, 6 yes votes.
B.
This next one is the award a contract to All City Management Services for the crossing guard services. The cost is $302,076. There were 3 proposals given. The term of the agreement with ACMS will be for a period of 1 year with options to extend it for additional 4 years for a total of 5. Options will be exercised each fiscal year at that time with at least 60 days prior notice. Total consideration for this agreement will not exceed the amount of $302,076 for the fiscal year. Funding for this agreement is included and adopted into the police department's operating budget for fiscal year 23-24. There is no impact to the general fund. It is recommended that City Council award the contract to ACMS in the amount stated above and authorize the city manager to execute this agreement and make minor modifications when appropriate.
Thank you. Joe?
A quick question, Chief. Do we utilize any volunteer services for this, and does that factor in at all?
We do not. We find that that could become encumbersome for some of the schools sometimes, so having a professional firm handles it. It's been running smoothly and well and keeping our children safe as they go to and from school.
Thank you.
Chief, occasionally from time to time, we get somebody from the community reaches out and requests, oh, hey, it'd probably be good if there was another crossing guard at this location or another one at that location. And I know from time to time they review that. Does this budget kind of incorporate what might, like a minor change here and there?
Absolutely. Those minor modifications could be made if we find that resources could be better served elsewhere for the safety of our children.
Thank you. I'll move it.
Second.
Call the vote.
Motion received, 6 yes votes.
6C.
This one is for approval of the Second Amendment to the agreement with the Orange County Forensic Services. Since 1996, the City of Garden Grove has contracted with Orange County Forensic Crime Lab to handle all forensic needs within our city. That accounts for 2 lead forensic specialists and 1 forensic scientist. This agreement expires in June 30th of 2026. This allows for the department to handle crime scenes, DNA. Technology has come to the forefront of many police investigations, and this is vital to our investigative work at many crime scenes. The full cost of the contract for fiscal year 23-24 is estimated to be $640,743, a decrease of $29,776 from fiscal year 22-23, which cost was $670,519. It is recommended that council approve the agreement with the County of Orange to provide forensic services to the police department in the amount of $640,743 for fiscal year 23-24, and authorize the mayor to execute the agreement on behalf of the city and make minor modifications as appropriate thereto. Authorize the city manager to execute further amendments for the remainder terms of the original 5-year agreement through June 30th, 2026.
Chief, do we have a breakdown of how those services are provided in terms of hours or type of work?
I don't have that with me tonight, but that is certainly recorded, and that data is captured through the Orange County Forensics team.
Do we have that provided?
I can get that for you, yes.
Please, thank you.
Move it.
Call the vote.
Motion received, 6 yes votes.
Thank you, Chief. 6D? Or do you want to package some of those together too?
So items 6D through items 6H are all authorization issuance of purchase orders for various trucks, cars, vans, and automobile parts. And Mr. Murray is here to give the report for each one.
I was going to give one report at a time. Thank you, Ms. Pomeroy, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Tonight, City Council is being asked to authorize purchase orders to Villa Ford, AutoNation Ford Tustin, Huntington Beach Ford for the purchase of Ford parts. For the record, the city fleet is comprised of many Ford vehicles, such as the police interceptors and F-Series trucks. That's why we have all these parts. The fleet routinely requires parts that are only distributed by Ford dealers. To avoid delays in purchase and delivery of parts, Public Works has the ability to purchase these items from primarily the lowest bidder, which is Huntington Beach Ford. And then if they are out of stock, we will go to the second and third, which is second is AutoNation Ford Tustin, and third is Villa Ford. These bids were based on commonly used Ford parts. We put them out in the specification, and they gave us the cost of what those parts would be. The financial impact to the Fleet Management Fund would be $250,000 per year for 5 years. That is not to say that we're going to use the entire $250,000. It's just as parts are needed, we have the ability to spend up to that amount. There is no impact to the general fund, and should council authorize the purchase orders tonight, staff can be using the vendors by the end of August. This concludes staff's report, and I'm available should you have any questions.
Joe.
The question is, if those funds are underutilized, what happened to the balance?
It will actually just be carried over. But
Okay.
yeah,
And you'll have an accounting of that if it carries over for the
Oh,
next
yeah.
cycle? Thank you.
I got a quick question on so city vehicle gets into a minor traffic collision, let's say, goes over to a auto body repair shop for repairs. So do we go buy the part and then take it to the auto body shop, or is that part of their? I know we approved auto body shop just recently, or does that part of
It's actually separate, but a typical thing will be like a damaged mirror, taillight, or headlight, and we will go and purchase those parts and just without taking it to the body shop.
I see, something that's easy to just fix
Yeah.
by ourselves and stuff.
Mhm.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I'll move it.
Call the vote.
Motion received, 6 yes votes.
6E.
Thank you, Ms. Pomeroy, Mr. Mayor, and members of the City Council. Tonight, City Council is being asked to purchase one new Public Works Department CCTV van, which is a closed-circuit television, from National Auto Fleet Group through the Sourcewell competitive bid program. Our existing 2001 CCTV van requires replacement. The closed-circuit television van is used to inspect our city's sewer and storm drain lines. In general, all of the sewer lines are inspected throughout the year, as well as inspecting other conflicts with sewer laterals and city trees. That's also a very common use. Based on the results of the recent Sourcewell competitive bid program, National Auto Fleet Group is the lowest responsible bid with a cost of almost $490,000 for a Ford F3, actually 450 cutaway CCTV van. There is no impact to the general fund. Should the City Council decide to authorize the purchase tonight, we can expect to take delivery of the van by the end of the year. This concludes staff's report, and I'm available should you have any questions.
Joe.
Question, what are we gonna do with the existing van? Can we sell it, salvage it, and add that back to the funds to offset some of this new vehicle cost?
They go to a vehicle auction. For most of our equipment, it gets basically sold for the price of scrap metal. This one may fetch a little bit more because of the electronics involved.
What happens to the funds or proceeds from that sale?
Goes back into the vehicle replacement fund.
So it can offset some of this $489,000 you're talking about?
A little bit, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Quick, so when people say $500,000 for a van, seems like, wow, that's, is this one of them $500 toilet seat things or something like that? But I just want to verify, this includes all the cameras, electrical equipment, all the stabilization equipment needed, all of that stuff is included with this price. It's not just the van.
Right. The only thing it's missing is staff.
Okay. Thank you.
In that case, I have one follow-up. What's the warranty on it? 5, 10?
No. You get a standard warranty as issued through Ford, and the remaining electrical equipment is about a year. And that's standard to the purchasing code.
Well, will there be maintenance costs related after that?
We generally, once we make it through the first year with electronics, we're pretty good to go. We don't have a lot of issues that crop up after that.
Okay, if nobody has questions, I'll move it.
I'll second.
Call the vote.
Sorry. Motion received, 6 yes votes.
All right, we got half our
Okay.
items down.
I'll
6F.
cut out some of this. And tonight, City Council is being asked to purchase one new asphalt paver from Nixon LG Equipment Company through the Sourcewell competitive bid program. Our existing 2008 Ingersoll Rand paver requires replacement and may be out of compliance with some air quality regulations. The paver is used to perform significant repairs to asphalt streets, and we also use the paver to provide what we call a scratch coat, which is a temporary coat over a piece of pavement that is badly failed in an effort to basically kind of glue it together as a temporary fix. Based on the results of the Sourcewell competitive bid program, Nixon Ingersoll Equipment Incorporated was the lowest responsible bid with a cost of almost $597,000 for a paver. There is no impact to the general fund. Should council decide to authorize the purchase tonight, we expect to take delivery of the paver in 1 year. This concludes staff's report, and I'm available should you have any questions.
Question, are we locked into that price, so when we get it delivered in a year, it'll still be that price, correct?
Yes, that's the agreement. We will pay them, and then they begin construction on the paver.
And the same goes for the existing vehicle. It'll be put up for auction like the other one?
Yes.
And any proceeds will be to offset the...
Yes, we have our old paver where we will look to dispose of that.
Last question, the paver will be used on city properties only or public work in general?
Yes, it's city properties and public streets.
So if we need it for any paving on a parking lot that we might be acquiring, can we do that?
If the city is going to acquire the property and the city attorney says it's fine, I will do it.
Lamar? Hold your feet to the fire.
I need to see plans and specifications first.
Thank you.
Can we get this thing to drive through the streets in my neighborhoods so we can get this thing to?
You'd be afraid of losing your streets if we drove through there. But we've got plans for yours, George.
All right.
Call the vote.
Motion received, 6 yes votes.
6G.
Tonight, City Council is being asked to purchase one new Vector sewer cleaning truck from Hacker Equipment Company through the Sourcewell competitive bid program. Our existing 2001 Sterling Vector truck requires replacement. The Vector truck is used to preventively clean sewer lines in the city and, of course, clear the occasional clog. This type of maintenance is critical to remaining in compliance with environmental regulations that govern our sewer system. Based on the results of the recent Sourcewell competitive bid program, Hacker Equipment Company has the lowest responsible bid with a cost just over $638,000 for a Vector truck. There is no impact to the general fund. Should council decide to authorize the purchase tonight, we expect to take delivery of the truck in 18 months. This concludes staff's report, and I'm available should you have any questions.
Joe.
Question, how long we intend to put this new vehicle in use for?
These, I believe, are 15-year replacement schedules.
Okay, so...
It could be 20, don't get me wrong. I don't remember all of the replacement schedules.
I've seen one of our vehicles that we mentioned on the other items, they've lasted us more than 20 years, right? So
Yeah. We use
Exactly.
a asset management program, and if the vehicle is performing well and in compliance, we will hang on to it to get as much use out of it as possible. If the vehicle is not performing well, maintenance costs are beginning to climb, then we will seek to replace it under our guidelines.
So this particular vehicle, will it help alleviate some of the sewer deficiency issues that we have around the city?
Not the deficiencies, but it'll keep existing lines clear so that we don't have any overflows. The main purpose of this will be to prevent and to address any sewage overflows that may occur.
Have we had overflows recently?
Yes, we have.
So we are in need, and we'll put it to good use, right?
Definitely. In general, we clean every sewer line throughout the entire city in a one-year cycle.
Can you track the use of it so we know the locations it's been used at around the city and report back in a year?
We do have the route, and we could do that, but it would require some work. They basically just cross everything out and start working from one end of the city to the other. It's kind of like painting the Golden Gate Bridge. You know?
Okay, so you're going to work your way through the city.
You got to
and-
just work your way through the city. We start with the larger lines and what have you, and go to the smaller ones, and try to minimize our driving around, so to speak, so that we're.
So let's say you
in-
make the
in
rounds,
areas.
would it be a year from now, or how long to make one round?
For the entire city, it's about 1 year.
Okay, thank you.
Move it.
I'll second.
Call the vote.
Motion received, 6 yes votes.
6H.
Tonight, City Council is being asked to award a contract to Parkwood Landscape Maintenance to provide landscape maintenance in the city. The Public Works Department utilizes...
Skip one.
Oops.
Yeah, this is
Oh, I did.
utility trucks.
Oh, all the trucks, the 7 trucks. Thank you. Tonight, City Council is being asked to purchase 7 new Public Works Department utility body trucks from National Auto Fleet Group through the Sourcewell competitive bid program. Our existing 2008 and 9 trucks require replacement. Your staff report has an attached list of the existing truck mileage and the year of manufacture. These trucks are used to transport crews, staff members, materials, and equipments for various divisions of the Public Works Department to provide a variety of services for the city. The divisions, the Public Works divisions, department divisions, and the type of truck being purchased is listed in your staff report. Based on the results of a recent Sourcewell competitive bid program, the National Auto Fleet Group was the lowest responsible bid, with the combined cost for all of the 7 of the trucks were $665,000. There is no impact to the general fund. Should council decide to authorize the purchase tonight, we can expect to take delivery of the trucks in about a year. This concludes staff's report, and I'm available should you have any questions.
Joe?
I noticed, if I read this correctly, that the trucks are from 2008
And 9, yeah.
and 9. So these are used vehicles?
No, those are the ones that we're replacing,
Oh, okay. So the ones we're purchasing are new,
are brand new.
and
Yes,
we're
sir.
swapping out the 2008s and 2009.
Correct.
Which we got approximately 15 years use.
There we go.
Thank you. I'll second.
Call the vote.
Motion receives 6 yes votes.
6 aye.
Tonight, City Council is being asked to award a contract to Parkwood Landscape Maintenance to provide landscape maintenance in the city. The Public Works Department utilizes outside contractors to assist in providing routine landscape maintenance at various locations that include the center medians on our major roadways, some of our well sites, and frontage roads. Staff received and opened 9 proposals on May 23rd of this year. Staff reviewed, rated, and negotiated a best and final offer from the highest rated proposals. The staff determined that Parkwood Landscape Maintenance was the best proposal for the city. The ratings are shown in your staff reports. This service will be paid for using general funds, water funds, and park maintenance assessment district funds, and that whole thing is included in our adopted Public Works operating budget. The amount of the contract's initial year is almost $181,000, with the contractual increments over a 5-year period. The total cost of the agreement during the 5-year term is almost $951,000. Should the council decide to authorize the purchase tonight, we can begin using this service by the end of August. This concludes staff's report, and I'm available should you have any questions.
Joe?
I see the scope of work, but I think to be consistent with the scope of work, that Parkwood would have some arborists on their staff. Am I reading this correct?
They may. What we like to rely on a single arborist through West Coast arborists. That way we don't have conflicting opinions. You know.
So they're providing maintenance, not necessarily we're consulting with them on trees and plantings and other types of needs.
Our consulting with the trees is specifically in an arborist is with West Coast. That we just want one consistent expert on that subject.
And our contract with West Coast is still current?
Oh, yes.
Okay, because we're going to have some needs with them. But this particular contract is limited to their scope of work, which is just the maintenance part, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Now, this is the same company awarded this RFP that we had previous contract?
I don't believe so. But we completely review references and what have you. It is not uncommon for landscaping contractors to get rotated around. I'm not familiar with our using this one before, but that doesn't mean that we currently don't have a contract with them.
And they would do the center medians in the roads and that kind of thing, right?
Yes.
That's kind of where I'm going with it. I have, occasionally we get complaints about the condition of the center medians. I just sent you one last week about the weeds being 4 feet tall on Valley View.
Yes, sir.
I was just wondering if it's the same vendor who doesn't appear to be that interested in doing the work,
Well, our issue really with all of the parks maintenance, and you can kind of lump all of them together, is trying to stay ahead of, we had an incredibly wet winter. Everybody knows that, which led to basically a proliferation of additional growth. And quite frank, we've just been behind the ball on keeping up with that type of growth. And this has just been this was a really wet winter, and of course we're in for another one next year too. So we hope to be geared up enough to deal with next year, but we certainly were not geared up enough to deal with this year.
Thank you.
Hold on, one more question. Would they also pick up down trees? Is that part of their duties too? Can we call on them for that?
We usually use either city staff or West Coast arborists for that function.
Okay.
Because they have the specialty trucks for picking up down trees, and also the larger saws and what have you that's needed. Because
Okay.
a lot of times you need to cut the trees up before you can pick them up.
So I see in the group 2, it says medians, mini parks, and frontages, and list addresses. Are these just mini parks they're working on, or are parks in general?
No, these are the centerline medians.
Okay.
So if you have a street and that landscape area in the center of the street, we call a median.
Okay, so they are not providing maintenance services in the parks in general, just these?
No, we prefer to use our staff on that because with the flail mowers and things like that.
Okay, thank you. I'll second.
Motion received, 6 yes votes.
All right. Tonight, City Council is being asked to award a contract to CEM Construction Corporation for the construction of Annabelle Woodbury Water Improvement Project. The construction of this project is to bring our fire lines up so that they meet the fire flow requirements surrounding Woodbury Elementary. Specifically, improvements will be done to the water system in Annabelle Avenue from the school entrance to Libby Lane, from Libby Lane, from Annabelle to Woodbury Road, and from Woodbury Road from Euclid Street to New Hope Street. The water improvements will include the installation of approximately 970 feet of 12-inch PVC pipe, 3,140 feet of 8-inch PVC pipe, and 110 feet of 6-inch PVC pipe. It also includes the construction of approximately 11 fire hydrant assemblies, 82 water service connections, and 9 connection points to existing water mains. All this work is to be completed at a cost just under $2.1 million. Staff received and opened 6 qualified bids on June 19th of this year, and staff found CEM Construction Corporation to be the lowest responsible bidder. Should council decide to award the contract tonight, the contractor can begin work in August and should be complete by the end of the year. This project was included in this year's capital improvement plan and will be paid for with water funds the council set aside to accelerate some of our water projects. In addition to that, staff has been coordinating with Woodbury Elementary on the design, and we will continue to coordinate with Woodbury Elementary all through the construction phase of this project, because obviously this will be going to be done during the school year. This concludes staff's report, and I'm available should you have any questions.
Have we contracted with CEM Construction before?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, now I'm looking at the bid summary, and it looks like the spread is almost 900,000 to the highest bidder to the lowest bidder, responsibly is CEM. What do you think account for such a wide spread, and does it mean that CEM is going to really have to struggle to fill this bill?
There's a lot that goes into the spread of various bids. Number one, does the company own their own equipment, or are they renting it? If they own their own equipment, they will bid the project, and they could take off a little bit because they don't have to spend that money. In general, both of them, because of prevailing wage laws, have to spend the same amount of money for the labor as their competitor, so that the labor theoretically is not part of it. Now, CEM has better crews. They may discount their price to be more competitive on the bid. They also may discount their price because they need to work. And if other contractors are busy right now and they would actually have to go and hire people to do this job, they will bid higher. So getting back to the main point, there's a lot of different reasons. What specifically are the reasons for all of these cases? I couldn't tell you.
Well, but you're comfortable that CEM has been properly vetted and given the reasons that you've just
Yes.
mentioned that they can actually perform?
We have researched it, and now it's up to the engineers and inspectors to make sure that the plans and specifications are constructed.
Lastly, again, this project does not impact the general funds. So where are the funds coming from, and does the school district going to have to share any costs?
These are water funds, and the school district will not have to share in costs.
Thank you.
Quick question, Bill, thank you. I'm more concerned with what caused the decreased pressure there, water flow in that area, especially right next to a school. Do we have other schools that have that problem where they're should a fire erupt or something like that? Or did they raise the amount of pressure? State come out with some new legislation or something that says we got to have higher pressure or something like that?
The water volumes, meaning the gallons per minute, have gone up over the years. That is one reason why the existing, it isn't so much the pressure as the volume. We can deliver the pressure. That isn't the issue, but we have to be able to deliver the volume. So the fire calculations used to be based on like 1,500 gallons per minute to be delivered at a fire hydrant. They've been raised to 2,500 over the years.
So that's why it probably is less then. Okay.
That is generally the reason. It's that the pipes are simply designed for a much smaller flow, and they just are not able to keep up.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll move it.
I'll second.
Call the vote.
Motion received, 6 yes votes.
6K, and this is regarding Be-Well OC. I saw Marshall here before. I don't know if he's still around. Before we start, I just wanted to acknowledge Marshall and apologize that I should have picked up on this and moved your item up sooner since you're here. So,
Chip's gonna.
Stepping out, I was just telling you that I've gotten 2 clinical calls since I've been sitting here, so my apologies.
Thanks for hanging in there.
Your turn.
Yep, you're up.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City
You don't need to
Council.
come up yet. You can sit for a sec, but.
The item before you is a recommendation for Be-Well to extend the contract for a period of 5 years. As council may recall, we entered into a contract about 18 months ago. We deployed an 18-month program where Be-Well rolled out a mobile response team, and it had transitioned from a 12-hour operational period to 18 hours, and it's seen quite a bit of success, and we have Marshall Moncrief here to provide an update on the service delivery for the past 18 months and some additional updates on the horizon.
Thanks. Please.
Hi, good to see you, Mayor, Council. Thank you for having me and having us here. I think, are there slides? Oh, wonderful. Okay. If it's okay with you all, I'd like to move through these. I'll keep it pretty crisp, and then be really happy to be available to questions and conversation. So, you know, this service is in support of and in partnership with law enforcement, obviously, at emergency response and the community. Just a couple of pictures of us active in your city. And the whole goal is to increase capacity for law enforcement and EMS services to do what they do best and try to get the community support in the way they need it in the best way and the quickest way possible. A lot of what we respond to is mental health and substance use challenges, but there's also social service related issues and other things that can free up your first responders. I'll jump right into the data. And so in June, we responded to 363 calls. Since inception here in Garden Grove, we've responded to 6,300 calls. And you can kind of see the climb where we had a learning curve early on in the service and have since stabilized to a pretty robust program. We're really pleased among all the cities that we're active in. Garden Grove and the team that operates it is among the highest performing of any of the cities that we're in. And it speaks to your law enforcement team, Lisa's leadership, and the way the city and the community has really embraced us in this, and we're greatly appreciative. I regret that Tam Nguyen, who leads the team here, couldn't join me tonight. He's ill, and so we didn't want to spread that joy. But he's also just very deeply committed to this. And also, I'm looking forward to you meeting Catherine Hamill, who's come in to oversee operations for us. And Catherine is a retired law enforcement officer and then went and got her PhD and is a mental health provider, so an underachiever. So a bit more on the data. Dispatch, 72% of our calls were dispatched overall since inception. So the kind of the peach orange color is current month, and blue is since inception. And so 72% dispatched and 79% since launching. The reason that's important to highlight, that speaks to the trust and the collaboration with community, with dispatch, with law enforcement. We're not seeing that high of a number in several of our other cities. We're working towards it, and we will get there, but Garden Grove has really led the way in this front. And so that's a great statistic for us. And then 14% is our team proactively outreaching to community. So that could be somebody who's unhoused, that could be somebody who looks agitated in community, but that's that 14%. And then follow-up is we had an interaction and we're going out to make sure that their needs were met, they were connected with what they need to be connected with. On transport, 84% don't need transport. And then you can see those that do across the bottom, those are the places that we're taking them, whether it's the Be Well campus for either the psychiatric crisis unit or the sobering center. Emergency departments are sometimes indicated depending on their clinical presentation, and then sometimes to a home or a shelter, and then other could be any number of things, county services, clinics, what have you. But we're pleased with the high number of stabilizing in community. That's the goal. Housing status, it's remained remarkably stable since we first started. It's about a 70-30 split, and I would have expected, if you had asked me October of 21, I would have expected some shifting, but it's remarkably stable. So that looks like what we can expect ongoingly. Whoops. Let me go back to that real quickly. Because 70% are unhoused, we're also in very close collaboration and partnership with CalOptima and their street medicine program, which you know Garden Grove also led the way on that launch. We're tremendously excited about it. CalOptima is enormously committed. The provider that they have in place is top tier. And so we'll look forward to ongoing strengthening of that collaboration with street medicine for that unhoused population. Okay, I'll start moving through it a little bit more quickly. This gets into the more granular, talking about our response times. So, 7-8 minutes, but under 10 minutes, basically for the last good year or more. And we have that pretty well down to a science with you all. Average time on scene, there's some fluctuation there, but about 30 minutes. and we're trying to think through a different way of presenting this because it doesn't capture the full narrative. So we're talking with the team about, yes, let's provide an average, but then let's also provide sort of a low range and a high range, because that average means, we did a touch point with somebody and it was 10 minutes and they said they were okay and we were on our way. And then we did 4 hours with somebody, stabilizing somebody incredibly psychotic. So we need to give a little bit more detail to that. We can certainly drill down if you're interested, but going forward, there'll be a bit of an improvement in how we present that. And then total hours on scene, so 210 hours this month, 3,200 hours total since inception. So that's a lot of police time being relieved, EMS team time being relieved. And I think that's the data. So let me be available to thoughts and questions. Thank you.
I do have just a couple of quick questions. One is, do you have a hotline?
Yes, and so there are a few hotlines. The way that the service is connected within community is somebody can call either the non-emergency line or your existing 911 police line, and either way will route to this community's dispatch team and then deploy the team. If somebody were to call the Be Well campus, thinking that might be the quickest way for care, that team is trained to reroute them to your dispatch and get people out and going.
So you do have a dispatch number to call?
Yes, and it's yours. And so
Okay.
by
We're
desi-
dispatching.
Yes, you're dispatching. And so that's by design, that we leverage your existing infrastructure and not add something on top of that to confuse the community.
Okay. I talked to a city manager during agenda reviews that we want to raise the profile, Be Well in Garden Grove a little bit better, maybe highlight some of your work and maybe even do a video clip
Yes.
like we did for street medicine. Would you be open to that?
Appreciative of that, very. In fact, we've talked about maybe putting a big QR code on the side of the van, and if somebody clicked on it, it could go to a video with the chief or city manager
Yeah,
or
I like
any
that
of you.
idea very much.
Yeah, talking about what the service is.
And as you mentioned in part of your presentation is that you do want to do more outreach.
Yes.
And maybe utilize more media in the community so that when people interact with Be Well, they're not completely surprised, what is this, why are we getting this?
Yeah.
And lastly, as a suggestion, when you work on those average numbers, I'm thinking maybe you can drop the anomalies on both ends.
Yeah.
And then you'll get a better average.
Yeah.
Just my suggestion.
I think that's a good way to do it. Something that gives better story to
Yeah.
what we're actually
And,
doing.
I would like to tour your facility in the program.
Please.
So if other councils are interested, I also mentioned that to our city manager, and I'd very much like a tour and maybe do a video clip and promote it on our website.
Thank you. We would love to have you anytime. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Not a question, but comment. Just want to say thank you. I remember going on the tour with you, the mayor, and now city manager at the time. At the time she wasn't, but and I remember afterwards I had already grilled you with several questions, and at the end I had asked you to bring something that you've done in your previous capacity before coming to Orange County, replicate it here. And I only bring that up because I have this battle ongoing with Huntington Beach about who did it first. And technically they were on the agenda first, but I was like, I'm the one that requested him to bring it here. So I just wanted to clarify that for my Huntington Beach Council colleagues over there. But no, I think this is a phenomenal program, and it was something that I really pushed for, and it was something in conjunction with all of the other activities that we're doing here. There was a speaker earlier who was talking about homeless issues over on District 1's end of the city. And I wish he would have stayed for this presentation, because I think one of the things we've talked about in the past at different meetings regarding all the activities that we're doing is that we have to find a better way to communicate out to the community what's all being done. We've had at least one or more people from different districts come and complain about what's going on. And this doesn't get resolved in one day. It's not a switch. It has to take time, and we have to build the trust that you're talking about with the community, make them aware of the services available, and also build out the gaps. And so Navigation Center with Wraparound Services was one of them. My conversations with CalOptima about street medicine and bringing that to Garden Grove, coupling that with what's already existing here with Be Well, and partnerships with GGPD and all the other staff here. It's all, it's the what do they call it? The gears in a clock that are moving, and they all have to move at the same time together
Yes.
to get it to work. And it's taken a while, but I can't wait to see how this progresses over the next 5, 10 plus years as we build out and continue to work together. And I'm just so excited to have you guys here and all the amazing work that's already been done. I love to see the van whenever I'm driving around, seeing it randomly in Garden Grove and hearing feedback from community members about the great work that's being done, either with the unhoused or housed individuals who need help. So it's just been phenomenal, and I'm just so grateful. So thank you.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate both of the comments. Yes, we need to do a re-up in visibility, and I appreciate your comments very much on this also needs to work as a continuum of services that are all interlinked and complementary. That's when you move the needle. And there's no doubt Garden Grove is a leader in this, and so we should bring visibility to that. Thank you very much for your support.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you mentioned Garden Grove leading the way, and I definitely think we're doing that. We have a synergistic approach between our special resource team. Just as a council, I think our desire to see help for the homeless and obviously Be Well and the collaborations with Cal Optima. So we're doing exciting things, and the numbers don't lie. To see 76% of calls did not require a co-response, so our police officers are out doing other things day in and day out. I think that says so much to just the benefit of this program. I noticed in the report you talk about moving forward proposed program enhancements and what that might include, and one of them you said is increased focus on those impacted by homeless. Can you share a little bit more about what that might mean versus what you're already doing currently?
Yeah, I think when we launched the program, there was a real strong emphasis on our part and the city's part that this is available for everybody. And it is, and it needs to continue that way, and it will, and it should. At the same time, going back to that slide where we're looking at 70-30 split with housed and unhoused, and that's remained consistent month by month by month, then it means there's more opportunity for us to help the city in its efforts to support that population and support your housed community, that they're seeing more overt interaction with that community. So one of the ways that we see that is increasing the amount of proactive touches with that community and getting more diligent on how are we holding ourselves accountable to metrics that show those interactions are doing something. There's no pixie dust, we all know that, and just because we show up in the blue van and have some counseling chops doesn't mean we're gonna wave a magic wand. At the same time, what we do know is building trust, building relationship, and repeated intervention matters, and it can move the needle. So, so we need to do that more in a proactive way and show better data that says this is doing something.
Absolutely, and the outreach and education component to anything like this is so
Yeah.
key and so crucial. And I think the QR code idea is fantastic, and maybe there's opportunities to have you come out to community events. And I know we have National
Yes.
Night Out coming at the beginning of August,
Yes.
so maybe that's an opportunity to have someone there from Be Well as well. But
Yes,
thank you so
please.
much for all of your hard work in Garden Grove.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say a quick story. So one of the residents reached out to me. They have the concern and they were so worried about their son being homeless and also with mental issue. So I passed that to our staff, and I didn't know what to do about that. But less than 24 hours, someone from Be Well called me and talked that, you already reached out to the family and took care of that, and being the family that only speak Vietnamese. But someone from your staff already took care of that, and then I called them, and they was in a way that they feel peaceful and happy that actually someone listened to them and did something to help them. So just want to take the opportunity to say thank and say that to everybody about the story.
Oh, thank you for passing that along. Thanks very much. And that's exactly why they're there, and I wouldn't expect anything less than a quick response. That's what we need to be there for. Thank you for passing that along.
Thank you. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, Les, so yeah, I'm always been excited about Be Well and their mission, especially within our city and how it affects not just the homeless people, but our housed populations. Well, I had a very successful Be Well contact on my street. The guy didn't take his meds, walked over from Seal Beach, and was causing a little bit of havoc in the neighborhood. But Be Well came out and they dusted him off and found his wife and contacted and whatnot. So, kudos there. I was kind of curious. You talked about a 14% flag down rate. that to me is kind of interesting. So, is it what does that look like? Do they see the big blue van and go running out, hey, or I mean, is it more?
Sometimes, yeah, and so real relationships are being built, and we can enhance that through the visibility we're talking about. But real relationships have been built with community, and they know it's a safe team. They know it's a team with resources, and so oftentimes they will flag them down. But I think that's also mixed in with proactive outreach.
Okay.
We might need to try to separate the two. So some of it is, hey, blue van,
Yeah,
and
because the
some
high
of it is
flag
us
down
going
rate
up.
signifies people know what the van means.
Yeah.
And so, you know,
Yeah.
that would be a good kind
Yeah.
of bifurcated number there to see
Yeah,
what.
yeah. But they're in those proactive outreaches, or just when they're going around community, they're going into businesses. You know, they're going into schools, they're going into the hospitals, and they're building relationships with everybody, so that folks know who we are and that we're somebody that you can call on. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to move it. Call the vote.
You guys are quick. Motion received, 6 yes votes.
Thank you very, very much. We look forward to this continued partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marshall. All right, that concludes items, takes us on to matters, and we do have 2 listed. So item 7A, which is a Civic Center revitalization project update. Should we take a break?
I don't think we need to. We've all
Do you guys
heard
want
this.
to take a quick break?
We've all heard this.
What's that?
Well, someone.
Another half hour. So you tell me. We'll take a quick break. 29 minutes, that is all.
Good evening, honorable mayors and members of the city council. Tonight we have Craig Beck, your interim economic development director. And I also want to introduce our new community development director, Nikki Wetzel. And it's the dream team that's going to be delivering your P3 public safety building. And Craig is here to give an update on the project.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Happy to be part of the Dream Team tonight and provide you with an update of the Civic Center Revitalization Project. So let's see if we can make all this work. There we go. All right. So I'd like to quickly review past work that has brought us to this point and then provide an update on the RFQ and next steps. So I like this slide. It's a nice review of past efforts that were done to kind of bring us to the point that we're at now. This timeline shows past efforts, including the Reimagine Garden Grove, the voter-approved Measure O, Parks and Facility Master Plan, and the Dewberry Study. All of these kind of led and informed the team on appropriate elements to include in this project. The city is working with a team of very qualified consultants led by PFAL. I know PFAL has been here and made a couple presentations. Tonight we have Caroline Judy of PFAL in the audience. I want to thank Caroline and Victoria for all their hard work and leadership in getting our RFQ elements ready. And part of that work included phase one. And so a recap of the items that happened during phase one. Phase one generally scoped the project and determined the general size, program, how the new facilities will be used, where to build them, and best options for project delivery. So the program provides for a new police building of about 90,000 square feet in size, a new parking structure, which will have roughly 450 stalls, and then an upgraded civic center park. I should mention, I do anticipate the program will evolve as the final design is developed, so these numbers will likely change some. And then part of this project includes an architectural design, and we are looking forward for facilities that will fit within their surroundings and set a vision for the future. So here are some precedent images that the team has pulled together to kind of reflect themes that we want to see and incorporate in the new building. So from the standards established during phase one, the team has been working to further refine different elements and specifications in preparation for engaging with the development sector. So phase two efforts include starting the environmental review, conducting a market sounding to receive early feedback about the project. And as we shared with you before, that was a very positive result that we got from the market sounding. We also reviewed different funding options. We developed the RFQ and the attachments, and we've been doing a lot of work reflective of community engagement. And so Nikki is now working closely with the team that's kind of leading this effort, and I want to do a shout out for Chris Chung. Chris has been tremendous in working on the city's community engagement effort on this project. We have a project website. There's project information sheets, and both Chris and a number of different planners have been staffing booths at different events. You've probably seen it at one of the summer concerts that we've had here in Garden Grove. These efforts will also continue as the project moves forward, so it's not as though we have a defined period for community engagement. Our goal is to provide community engagement throughout the development of the project. So where are we at? Right now we are on the forefront of releasing the RFQ. All the work that I've discussed resulted in the development of the RFQ document, and we're scheduled to release it next Monday, July 31st. So that will start the procurement process to secure a development team and begin design. So what's in this RFQ? And it is quite an extensive document. So the RFQ is a comprehensive a comprehensive overview of the goals, specifications, and standards the city is seeking to accomplish the project. It includes a response narrative, so telling the development community what we want them to provide us. The technical specifications document, which I'll talk about. An operational program, so how the facility will be used. Adjacency charts, so what work teams need to be next to each other. Room data sheets, which talk about the general size and use of each room and common areas, exclusive negotiating agreement, which will set expectations during the 6-month negotiating period, and a sample development agreement. So quite a few elements to this RFQ document. So a key focus of the document, though, is the specification. So the technical specs are everything that we want to see in the building. So these are things like mechanical systems, standards for lightings, the rating on the external glazing of the building software control systems, the fact that we want low water landscaping, the different sustainability standards. So all of those pieces and components that will ultimately go into the design and construction of the new facilities. So these things, these technical specs align with building requirements for modern essential service facilities. And so an essential service facility is a designation within the building code, and those are facilities that are designed to withstand a higher seismic event. So it is a little bit different than a typical public building that would be built. So the RFQ also includes operational program. Here's just a snippet of information that's included. It gets very detailed: number of staff in certain areas, the size of offices, the size of open space, the size of storage. All of that kind of is culminated into the overall size of the building. And so while the program accounts for the number of staff currently working in the police department, it also allows for future growth. So as the Garden Grove's population increases, the building will have capacity to add new officers to serve that community. So another component of the RFQ is adjacency diagram. So there's a number of pages that really talk about where we want the different work teams in the building. And we want to ensure that the different work teams that need to be next to each other end up that way in the design. For example, the booking and intake area needs to be near the holding cells. You don't want those on different floors, right? So these adjacency diagrams will inform the design process and ultimately improve operational efficiency. That's the overall goal. So the RFQ timeline. As mentioned, we plan to release this on Monday. That will start the clock for the development community, and the responses are due August 23rd. There are some important elements within that month period. They need to attend a mandatory pre-bid meeting. There's a deadline to submit questions. We'll get answers back out to those questions and then review the responses that we receive. So after all the responses come in, the team will assemble, will review all the developer submissions for completeness, and identify a short list of development teams for in-person interviews. The in-person interviews are very important because this allows the team to interact with the proposed developers, to see, to better understand how they can deliver the project requirements and work with the city team throughout the process. Once the interviews are completed, a final tally will be reviewed, and the best value development team will be recommended to City Council for moving into the E&A period. So what are the next steps? We release the RFQ. We recommend to Council a recommended development team. That will happen in September. We would execute the E&A and work through the initial design. We will bring initial designs to Council in November, and there will be a minimum of 2 different options for you to look at and provide comment on. Once we receive that comment, those designs will be further refined, and we'll get to essentially a 50% design document. That 50% design document will allow us to get a good price for the structures. That will be shared with Council. Then ultimately we'll complete the design, finalize the E&A period and the design period, and then come to Council essentially recommending a project approval to move into the construction phase. And we believe that will all happen in April of '24. So as you can see from the information shared, a lot of work has been done to get us to this point, and that work wouldn't have been completed without the different teams involved. Police, parks, public works, finance, IT, community development, everyone's been involved in contributing to this RFQ process. We appreciate their work and look forward to their continued participation as we move this project forward. I also want to acknowledge Lisa for her leadership, because we wouldn't have gotten to this point without her keeping us all focused. So that concludes my report, and I'm available for any questions if you have them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the update. This is not an action item. Yeah, go ahead. Comments?
Just a question on the release of the RFQ.
Yes.
Because I'm new to this, so it might be is how is it released to what venue, and how do people respond to it? How do contractors, because we're giving a very short time frame for them to respond within the month.
So the RFQ will be posted on Planet Bids. So Garden Grove uses an online purchasing portal, if you will, to get all the purchasing opportunities out to the different communities. And we will be not only putting that online through Planet Bids, but we will also notice all of the developers who've shown interest, and especially those that we've connected with through the RFI process. If you recall, we did the market sounding. We connected with over 30 different developers throughout the state and the nation, and we received responses from over a dozen of them just on the RFI document, just sharing information that they had thoughts about our project.
Just so we're not starting from scratch completely. We do have some
Yes, yeah.
interested parties
We have a
in
list of
putting in for
developers,
RFQ.
and we have an interested list of developers.
Okay, perfect.
Two more things. There will be a press release.
Yeah.
And there will also be a notice in the newspaper being published.
Great. So we keep it open and competitive, and we use enough media so that the publicity will bring us the best responders.
Else, or we can move on to. Thank you, Craig. We'll move on to the last listed item, which is Parks and Rec.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. July is Park and Recreation Month, and I thought it would be timely for our Community Services Director to just give us a quick update on our Parks Master Plan that was adopted in 2019. So I'll turn it over to John.
Thank you, City Manager Lisa Kim. Good evening, mayors and members of the City Council. As Lisa mentioned, we are concluding July as Parks and Recreation Month, and tonight I want to give you a brief update on what park improvements have been accomplished and what improvements are planned as part of the 15-year Parks and Facilities Master Plan that was adopted in 2019. Before I dive into the projects, I would want to give you a brief refresher on the master plan and its findings. In 2018, Community Services Department hired Richard Fisher and Associates to do a comprehensive review and inventory of Garden Grove's parks and facilities. The goal of the plan was to create a framework for planning, maintenance, and development and/or rehabilitation of Garden Grove parks and facilities, provide a systematic and prioritized approach to the implementation of the park and recreation projects, services, and programs based on public desire and available budget, and provide suggested costs needing funding to accomplish park renovations, work identified within the master plan. So the plan identified the current park system. The parks system in Garden Grove have 19 parks of about 124 acres. 15 are owned by the city, 4 are joint use with the Garden Grove Unified School District. We have 9 community and activity centers, 5 which are community centers, 1 senior center, 2 family resource centers, 1 gymnasium, and 3 pools. A big part of developing this master plan was gathering community input from on the priorities from the community. When it comes to the parks and facilities in Garden Grove. So in order to do that, we held 2 community meetings and had a web-based survey that was offered for 11 weeks from December of 2018 to about February of 2019. And that was available in English, Spanish, Vietnamese, and Korean. We got a total of 978 responses on that web-based survey, which is twice the amount needed for a qualitative sample for Garden Grove's population. So we were very happy with the response that we received. So what did we learn from the survey is that the survey was very consistent with the input that we received from the community meetings. The response was the priorities for funding, for city funding, is to preserve open space, modernize existing parks, and improve maintenance of the current existing parks. What else did we learn from the community input was that funding should focus on making improvements to the existing park system and not on the purchase and development of new parks. A strong consensus of the community is that the parks and facilities are in need of renovation and a consistently higher level of maintenance. And there is a strong concern about low budget levels for capital improvements to the parks and to the park maintenance. After assessing the community meetings, the survey, interviewing key stakeholders like city council, city staff, and recurrent program and park users, and inventorying all the park amenities and facilities, Richard Fisher and Associates made the following recommendations: to prioritize more city budget allocations for improving park infrastructure, including new irrigation systems, picnic facilities, and ADA accessible, uniquely designed playgrounds. Higher level of parks and facility maintenance, more ADA accessible furnishings and equipment, and general upgraded improvements to sports facilities and park landscaping designs. In response to these findings, the city has created a building rehabilitation fund, and Public Works has added additional positions to help with park buildings in need of such repairs. So given these recommendations, Community Services, Public Works, and City Management identified projects that needed immediate attention based on hazardous conditions, high impact use, deferred maintenance, and grant funding availability. Currently, these are projects listed on the 5-year capital improvement plan in no particular order, but some are prioritized by possible funding deadlines and or hazardous conditions. And these are what we have listed here as our 5-year capital improvement plan. I will be going over some of these that are either have been completed or are in the process of being completed. Our first one was Garden Grove Park. It's a recent project that has been completed. 1.5 million renovation to the picnic pavilion, picnic shelters, and ADA accessible playground. As you can see by the pictures, the pavilion was in desperate need of repair. The picture on your left is literally about a week after we enclosed it to be able to start demoing, and part of the building started falling down already on us. So as you can see, it was in desperate need of repair. And then this is the new one on your right that is there, made out of steel, and that reinforcements, and hopefully lasts a lot longer than the one that we currently had prior to that. Also part of that project was a new playground, which was, as you can see on the left, was the existing playground for one of our biggest parks that we have in Garden Grove. Now we have one of the biggest playgrounds for one of the biggest parks in Garden Grove that has ADA accessible features, a new ADA accessible path to the playground and to the shelters, and additional security lighting. So all of this were park improvements that we were able to do using some CDBG grant funds and park fee funds. Some planned park improvements. One that is obviously in the works right now, as you might have noticed, walking into the Civic Center Park, or sorry, Civic Center CMC, Community Meeting Center, is our Civic Center Bridge and Landscape project. One of the issues there was that we had a wooden bridge structure that was deemed unsafe, so it had to be torn down. But we also had grading and drainage concerns, ADA walkway that wasn't in compliance, and then there was landscaping, lots of landscaping. So new low maintenance landscaping is being installed, and that project is slated to be done by possibly mid-October. Another project that is in the works right now is the Magnolia Park playground and shelter project. This was grant funds that we received from Prop 68. They were per capita. These are non-competitive funds. So with this, we were able to design a new playground for the Magnolia Park community based on the history of the land. That was an old Orange Grove farm. So it's got an Orange Grove farm theme to it, but the playground here was both outdated and the surface was deemed unsafe. The outdoor fitness equipment was in need of desperate replacement. It was one of the original pieces that we installed over 15 years ago. So our outdoor fitness equipment is one of the highest used amenities within our parks. So that was in need of replacement. And then our shelter was showing signs of rust in the footings. So we're also replacing that as well. So another one that is currently actually in the works right now is this improvement to the Atlantis Play Center splash pad. The splash pad is about 14 years old, and it hasn't been majorly overhauled since then. It's got an old pump and old valves that need to be completely replaced. And then the motherboard that basically makes the whole system work stopped working about 8 months ago. So we have to replace the motherboard, all the new pumps, new valves, and then our play features had seen better days. As you can see, the little turtle there, his nose has been completely worn out because it's such a high impact use of this actual splash pad. It's one of the main attractions to Atlantis, and so those are all being repaired within the next month or so. And then we have the Woodbury Park Revitalization Project, which is Prop 68 grant funds. These were competitive grant funds that we were able to receive, over $6 million to completely revitalize Woodbury Park, which will include in the revitalization of the aquatic area, new playgrounds, new shelters, new outdoor fitness equipment, a new skate spot and parking lot, new restrooms, new basketball courts, and a joint use agreement for an expansion of park acreage. And this project is currently in design, and we're hoping to come to council probably late fall with an actual design, about 90% of the design completed, to share what we have so far. So we'll look out for that report. And then we have the District 46 grant funding projects, which includes the Hastur Recreation Playground and restrooms, as noted in this picture. They're in desperate need of repairs. And then West Haven Park restrooms, and as well as Jardín de los Niños playground will be all part of this project. And this project, we are just finalizing the agreements, but we're working with playground designers already to come up with some conceptual designs. And additional playground improvements. Again, playgrounds were a big topic with our Parks Master Plan. They're in desperate need of repairs and replacement. A lot of them are 15 to 20 to maybe even 30 years old. So they're in desperate need of replacement. These parks here are the ones that are listed that will be coming up. Those will be coming up for replacement soon as we can get through some of these other projects. Some of these are still kind of holding together very well, maybe just a little faded. But there's I know Fay Lane and West Grove are in need of repair, so we'll be making some major repairs to those pretty soon. So that concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions regarding our Parks Master Plan.
Cool. Thanks for the updates, colleagues.
It's just really exciting to see so many upgrades and new designs. I mean, honestly, as a council person, what feels better than being able to help families and children and make our parks better? It's the good quality of life stuff that we love to be able to do and help people with. So it's exciting, and I appreciated seeing Pioneer at the top of that that list of parks to come. And I was thinking of Village Green, and if you guys do decide to keep theming things, I envision a strawberry-themed playground center at some point.
Absolutely.
So anyway, thank you very much for the update.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And I would just be remiss to not make sure that we highlight and send kudos and thanks to both Senator Tom Umberg and Congressman Lou Correa for the almost $8 million worth of grant fundings that they helped after my very insistent persistence, many calls and texts and emails, that they were able to secure those fundings for us. I know I was really upset with Prop 68 when we missed that first round of grant funding, and I saw that Santa Ana got like 5, so David got an earful as well. But I'm really glad that we were able to get it in the second round, and we're going to see some huge improvements to Woodbury, which is in desperate need in that particular neighborhood. So very excited.
Thank you for the update, John, and we gonna see more good things from you. And once we work through these, like you say, you can only do so many at a time. But if we can add maybe public art, or consider renaming some of the parks, like Blue Korea Park, maybe. But it might be warranted given all the support he's given us. But I'd like to see more public art if we can in those parks, and if we have any homelessness or transient issues, that we can work with Be Well and other services to coordinate and alleviate some of that. So anyway, only good things I see coming, and I'm not against acquiring more parks either. I know it's not on the agenda this time, and I didn't weigh in on that, but if I did, I would say once we work through all this, let's acquire more parks, because we could certainly provide more public space for our residents to utilize. And I would support that too. It's not completely off the books.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you so much for spending so many hours with me and try to explain to me that why we spend money, in certain area because of the safety issue, because of the thing that 14 year plus are so old and rusted, and so I really appreciate that you spend that time and just making sure that I understand and see that the master plan. I know that we took several times, but thank you for the time that you spent. So.
Absolutely.
One last thing to it. I know you've got a million things on your shoulders, and staff does tremendous with the amount of work they have to do. But one of the things that comes up quite frequently, actually, when I'm talking to folks, especially Garden Grove residents, and it doesn't matter what district I'm in. I've been over in Kim's district, and they say the same thing as they do in the Central, and they say, we don't have any pickleball courts. That seems to be a big ask. It's doesn't seem to be, I mean, you have just as many Vietnamese and Hispanic and Caucasian. Everybody seems to love, I've never done it. I've seen them demonstrate it, but it's really popular apparently. I would say, in some of the future planning of parks and stuff, maybe start penciling in some pickleball courts. I mean,
Yeah, we I know we're actively searching for funding for pickleball courts, and we've identified an area at Chapman Sports Complex that I think would be perfect for pickleball courts, given
but that doesn't help the folks on the east side of town too, because then they have to
Yeah.
go all the way over there. I'm thinking just in all the parks, maybe a small little area where people can go play pickleball and but I know you got a million things, and
Yeah.
just food for thought.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks for all the updates, John. All right, that takes us on to matters. We'll go around the horn. George?
Yeah, well, first and foremost, happy belated birthday, Miss Kimberly Wynn. Thank you. 25, right? Yeah. All right, very good. There was a speaker here tonight who really made a comment that resonated with me, and she was talking about city events, city things, incorporating a special time for special needs people, as particularly the children. We have a lot of special needs kids. A good example is the Easter egg hunt they do every year, and I don't know if it's feasible or not to have two separate hunts, one earlier for the special needs kids, and then how do you determine who's special needs and who? I get there's probably a lot of issues, but I would encourage staff to look into that at all the different departments for all the different functions. If there's something that we can do to help facilitate the special need kids in our community, separate times so they can compete, because it's really hard for them to, go out in an Easter egg contest, let's say, and compete with the kids that are just running around grabbing everything in there, So just things like that. So anytime the city can maybe make a concession and have a different time for special needs kids, maybe that would be something we should look into. As long as it's, you know, financially doable and stuff. I you know, especially if it's real easy to do. You know, it's just, oh, we'll do another one a half hour earlier or something like that. Why not? Why not? So I would really encourage that, and that's it for me.
Sure. First, I want to say thanks to Sam, Bill, and Omar, and the sanitary district employee for the PFAS review, and also the sanitary district tour. So by going to the tour, I would have a good idea of the employee, like what they do, and feel more appreciation for the little thing that they do in terms of running from this station to the next station, checking, making sure that, you know, the number is right, and, you know, things like that. And also kind of relate to that, just say thank to Bill team for fixing a pothole. I provided message to Miss Lisa. She did it right on the spot, and a couple of days later it was taken care of. But then the team found out that there were water leak for that street, and so hopefully by this time we were able to identify the owner of that water leak and taking care of that. Second, I want to say thanks to Maria, Lisa, and John about the park. I know that John mentioned a little bit earlier with the plan, but I've been talking about the park so many times. And so as of yesterday or 2 days ago, Maria provided me the letter with the detail how I could ask people to support or would be able to donate to our city in terms of getting the fund to help with the Atlantic Park now that we have 60-year anniversary. And there's so many things that we could improve or update. So after many hours talking, we were able to come up with a list with items that 20,000 or up to 180,000. So for anyone out there would be interested, you know, please contact our staff or our city. Next item is congratulations to the new board member for the Chamber of Commerce. This morning, they just have the new installation, and that was Dr. Chu, Kate from Great Work, and Victoria. So congratulations. The last couple of weeks, I've been talking to the Chamber of Commerce and see what can we do to help with the business owner and bring the resources to help them so that they could, you know, expand and making more money and this and that. So just say thank to Council Member Brittingham for inviting me to the business mixer where we met. Yeah, we met the some of the new business owner, and I was able to get 2 of the new business owners sign up for the Chamber of Commerce. Next one, I just want to say thank to the resident that came here earlier talking about the homeless. I'm glad that he shared the little detail that we don't see. I mean, I go and talk to people and see, but then the thing that he was explaining earlier, and you probably remember that. But at the same time, make me feel so appreciated about our police chief too. There was so many times that there was, you know, trash or thing that we need help with, and our police came and helped with the cleanup, or one of the business owner contact our staff or me last week related to their safety issue, and most of that was about the homeless, and talked to the chief, and they were able to take care of that. So what can, you know, homeless is a big issue, and what can we do with compassion and also with the safety for the people around? So thank you to, you know, for that individual came and shared with us. And last but not least, thanks to Maria and Lisa for the review yesterday. I was so impressed with Maria on all the, you know, like all the vehicle that we heard today. Maria was able to tell me every single vehicle, what they are, you know, why we have, you know, we have to pay that amount, because of course some of the amount was 600,000, 500,000, and I asked for the list of the part, you know, why it cost 250, or the B-Well were asking how many hours did they spend, why do they get 1.1 mil, right? But Maria was able to explain every single thing. I was so impressed with her knowledge. So thank you so much for doing that. So that way, when we come to the meeting, you know, we don't have to ask the same question. So thank you. And of course, happy birthday to my friend here. That's it for me.
I want to follow up a little bit on what Councilwoman Cindy Tran said in the tour of the water facilities with Director Bill Bure, his staff, Mr. Sam, as well as Tim, who was on site for the tour that City Manager graciously scheduled for me, and it was quite educational, and I appreciate that very much. Sticking to the water theme, I have to thank our consultant for the water rate review today, because I learned a lot, and I think going into August and September, we're going to have a lot more to report to the public as to the developments with PFAS and how that's affecting our city and our water rate, and it's impacting every city in California, if not across the country. So this is a ongoing issue that we have to partner with other cities and Orange County Water District in litigation, so that we will eventually see the settlement money trickle down and offset some of the costs that OCWD is actually fronting us for infrastructure. But then some of the rates and the changes will have to be spread evenly to our residents, and that's painful. But it's something it's growing pains, and we have to absorb that until we have a better water system and clean up the PFAS that's in our water. So thank you to Jason Dadakis and my better half, Director Dina Nguyen, for their presentation today. That would be amiss if I didn't mention that. Of course, I didn't have any questions for her. It had to be. Yeah, but I had questions for everybody else, right? So anyway, I want to congratulate specifically our City Manager, Lisa Kim, who has worked very hard to bring in Harbinger's EV. And I can't wait to tour that, because I'm in a touring mood now. So hopefully we can all be on board and get a tour Harbinger's EV. And thank you very much for choosing Garden Grove as their headquarters. And thank you, Mayor, for working on that too very hard. And I can just see a lot of good things happening in Garden Grove, and that's one of the best thing that's going to happen to us. So we want to spotlight them. I kind of missed the spotlight tonight, right? Because that's actually my favorite part of our city meeting, is to recognize our citizens and businesses that's contributed so much. So if anybody have ideas for spotlights, I really love that, and I'll probably suggest some myself eventually. But Harbinger's one, and another spotlight I want to mention is I think our new hires deserve some spotlight. I saw Nikki Wessel here today. Hardly got to know her, didn't know her background, didn't get to talk to her much, and then we have other staff coming on board. So I'm a party guy. Let's party on. Let's have a an event where we recognize just a small reception for our new hires, maybe together with the community or an economic director. I'd like to recognize them and give them a warm welcome, and let's get to know each other better, because we're going to be working with each other for a while, right? And they got to hit the ground running. You know this better than anybody else, City Manager, that they got to hit the ground running. So let's bring them on board. Let's welcome them, and let's get to know each other better. So I'd like to have a reception for them to welcome our two new directors if we can. That's just my suggestion. That's it. Thank you.
Stephanie.
I just want to give a quick vector update. Obviously, we're in the heat of summer, so everybody's getting bit up by those ankle biters right now. It's a bad mosquito season. The mosquito pools are going crazy, and so just a reminder to everybody to dump and drain standing water. As things get hotter and more humid, it's unfortunately only going to get worse. And then in Garden Grove, we do have an uptick in typhus, and we talk a lot about mosquitoes, but there are other vectors, and one of those are fleas, and they carry diseases such as typhus that can be very detrimental to people and put you in the hospital and be deadly, really, just like West Nile can be. And those fleas are on a possum or a raccoon or a squirrel, and we have plenty of critters in Garden Grove, and then they jump to your cat, and then they come in your home, and then they bite you. So obviously be mindful of that, and try to get your pets on flea and tick medication as well. And remember, please, dump and drain your standing water, share that information with your neighbors, and if you go to ocvector.org, you can schedule a tour with them, and they'll come to your property, look over everything, help you kind of put together a management plan to keep your property and your family safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Just like to report that on the week of July 10th, I attended the NALEO conference, which is the National Association of Latino Elected Officials in New York. While I learned that I'm not a fan of New York and its heat, I did attend some wonderful workshops that talked about heat, drought, blockchain tech, electrification, and growing alternative needs, as well, of course, housing, which was a major topic. And the last note that I wanted to make, I know that in my first term of office, I worked with Public Works Director Bill Murray to take a tour of every department within Public Works. And it was very educational. I learned a lot of information, and I would just recommend my colleagues to inquire about that. And I apologize to the director in advance because I know that takes a lot of time to coordinate. But I took one day out of the week and did a different department, and I found that to be really helpful, especially when we have a bulk number of items that they're presenting. It's really great to have that background knowledge and understand all the elements of the votes that you're taking. So I would just highly recommend doing that. And that's all. Thank you very much.
City Manager Lisa Kim.
Good evening again, Mayor and City Council. I want to thank you again for all your support of city staff. You know, we have over $100 million of capital projects through our Public Works Department, and to support the acquisition of the multitude of equipments today was substantial in moving that needle to really address the infrastructure deficiencies in our community and advancing quite a bit of those capital projects forward. Just following up with Councilmember Dovin, we do have a party planned because I love to party just as much. So on August 8th, our next council meeting, we will have a reception for our new Community Development Director, Nikki Wetzel, at 5:30. And then also we will certainly elevate the Be Well and our homelessness initiative. I do appreciate the collective feedback from the council to share with the community that these are resources that we have worked very hard to really be innovative, and we will work diligently to share that information. So thank you so much again.
General Counsel, any need for closed session or anything to report out?
No, Mayor, we're good to go.
All right. We are going.
Sorry, could I do a quick shout out?
Go ahead.
Oh, this is just shout out to Chief Kobe for coming back safely from supporting the Riverside fire. That was
Good
it.
call. Yeah, good call. We'd like to close tonight's meeting in memory of Katie McBride, who just recently passed away. Mrs. McBride was born in the historical and very small town of 96 in South Carolina in 1933. And moved to Garden Grove in 1960, where she and her husband raised their family. Our condolences to the McBride family on the passing of Katie McBride, and I am certain she will be deeply missed. With that, we will stand adjourned. Thank you.
Your mission is to have a fun and exciting 4th of July, but keep it safe. The Garden Grove Police Department and the Orange County Fire Authority warn that using illegal fireworks, those not approved by the state fire marshal, comes with a price, a $1,000 fine. So leave this to the professionals.
It's not mission impossible, Garden Grove. Have a fun and safe 4th of July.
You've done the hard part. You quit smoking. Now do the easy part and get scanned for lung cancer. If you smoked, you may still be at risk, but early detection could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you prevent wildfires.
Dude, I've got this. I've been camping since I was 5 years old.
But I am a camping influencer.
You know what? I'll bet you $5. Okay. Assistant Smokey, what is the best way to put out a campfire?
To put out a campfire, drown with water, stir, drown again. Then make sure the fire is out cold by feeling with the back of your hand.
Wait, really?
I'll take the $5.
You quit smoking and thought, that's that. But here's the thing about lung cancer. By the time you see the symptoms, it could be too late. But now, there's a new scan that can detect lung cancer early, when it's more curable. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor or learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Maybe you've heard about SB 1383, the Organics Recycling Law, but do you know what the law requires? Simply put, SB 1383 mandates that all communities in California implement an organics recycling program. That means organic waste, which includes food waste and yard debris, will be picked up and processed in a sustainable way instead of going to the landfill. Organic waste in landfills is a major contributor to greenhouse gases. By recycling it with Republic Services, we can have a major impact on reversing the climate crisis. So how can you do your part to comply with SB 1383? The Republic Services solution is simple. Add your food waste to your existing yard waste debris cart. Republic Services will continue to use its existing 3-cart system. The green container is still for recyclables, and the material that can be recycled hasn't changed. The black container is for waste headed to the landfill, and the brown container is now for both food waste and yard debris. So, what is food waste exactly? Food waste can be anything from fruit and vegetable peels and rinds, cooked meat and poultry scraps and bones, coffee grounds and filters, eggshells, and other food leftovers. It also includes food-soiled paper and cardboard, such as pizza boxes, napkins, paper plates, tea bags, and other non-waxed or coated products. Check with your city to find out what items are accepted in your organics program. Sorting your organic waste is easy. When you're preparing or cleaning up meals, collect your food scraps in a portable container, such as a bowl or pail. Then empty your collected food scraps into your organic waste cart. Items such as cans, glass, unsoiled cardboard, trash, and plastic to-go and grocery bags are unacceptable and belong in your trash or recycling carts. Now that you have your items sorted properly, you will set your carts out on the street as usual the night before your regular pickup. Republic Services will collect your organic waste and take it to one of our composting facilities to turn it into nutrient-rich mulch or soil amendment for use in landscaping and agriculture. Your food waste will ultimately convert to enriched soil for growing plants, such as fruits and vegetables, closing the loop where it began, with healthy food on your table. Together, we can comply with the law, dramatically reduce emissions from landfills, and do our part to help combat the climate crisis. Republic Services. We are sustainability in action. Learn more at ggcity.org/organics-recycling.
Your mission is to have a fun and exciting 4th of July, but keep it safe. The Garden Grove Police Department and the Orange County Fire Authority warn that using illegal fireworks, those not approved by the state fire marshal, comes with a price, a $1,000 fine. So leave this to the professional.
It's not mission impossible, Garden Grove. Have a fun and safe 4th of July.
You've done the hard part. You quit smoking. Now do the easy part and get scanned for lung cancer. If you smoked, you may still be at risk, but early detection could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you prevent wildfires.
Dude, I've got this. I've been camping since I was 5 years old.
But I am a camping influencer.
You know what? I'll bet you $5. Okay. Assistant Smokey, what is the best way to put out a campfire?
To put out a campfire, drown with water, stir, drown again, then make sure the fire is out cold by feeling with the back of your hand.
Wait, really?
I'll take the $5.
You quit smoking and thought, that's that. But here's the thing about lung cancer. By the time you see the symptoms, it could be too late. But now, there's a new scan that can detect lung cancer early, when it's more curable. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor or learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Maybe you've heard about SB 1383, the Organics Recycling Law. But do you know what the law requires? Simply put, SB 1383 mandates that all communities in California implement an organics recycling program. That means organic waste, which includes food waste and yard debris, will be picked up and processed in a sustainable way instead of going to the landfill. Organic waste in landfills is a major contributor to greenhouse gases. By recycling it with Republic Services, we can have a major impact on reversing the climate crisis. So how can you do your part to comply with SB 1383? The Republic Services solution is simple. Add your food waste to your existing yard waste debris cart. Republic Services will continue to use its existing 3-cart system. The green container is still for recyclables, and the material that can be recycled hasn't changed. The black container is for waste headed to the landfill, and the brown container is now for both food waste and yard debris. So, what is food waste exactly? Food waste can be anything from fruit and vegetable peels and rinds, cooked meat and poultry scraps and bones, coffee grounds and filters, eggshells, and other food leftovers. It also includes food-soiled paper and cardboard, such as pizza boxes, napkins, paper plates, tea bags, and other non-waxed or coated products. Check with your city to find out what items are accepted in your organics program. Sorting your organic waste is easy. When you're preparing or cleaning up meals, collect your food scraps in a portable container, such as a bowl or pail. Then empty your collected food scraps into your organic waste cart. Items such as cans, glass, unsoiled cardboard, trash, and plastic to-go and grocery bags are unacceptable and belong in your trash or recycling carts. Now that you have your items sorted properly, you will set your carts out on the street as usual the night before your regular pickup. Republic Services will collect your organic waste and take it to one of our composting facilities to turn it into nutrient-rich mulch or soil amendment for use in landscaping and agriculture. Your food waste will ultimately convert to enriched soil for growing plants, such as fruits and vegetables, closing the loop where it began, with healthy food on your table. Together, we can comply with the law, dramatically reduce emissions from landfills, and do our part to help combat the climate crisis. Republic Services. We are sustainability in action. Learn more at ggcity.org/organics-recycling.
Your mission is to have a fun and exciting 4th of July, but keep it safe. The Garden Grove Police Department and the Orange County Fire Authority warn that using illegal fireworks, those not approved by the state fire marshal, comes with a price, a $1,000 fine. So leave this to the professional.
It's not mission impossible, Garden Grove. Have a fun and safe 4th of July.
You've done the hard part. You quit smoking. Now do the easy part and get scanned for lung cancer. If you smoked, you may still be at risk, but early detection could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you prevent wildfires.
Dude, I've got this. I've been camping since I was 5 years old.
But I am a camping influencer.
You know what? I'll bet you $5. Okay. Assistant Smokey, what is the best way to put out a campfire?
To put out a campfire, drown with water, stir, drown again, then make sure the fire is out cold by feeling with the back of your hand.
Wait, really?
I'll take the $5.
You quit smoking and thought, that's that. But here's the thing about lung cancer. By the time you see the symptoms, it could be too late. But now, there's a new scan that can detect lung cancer early, when it's more curable. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor or learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Maybe you've heard about SB 1383, the Organics Recycling Law, but do you know what the law requires? Simply put, SB 1383 mandates that all communities in California implement an organics recycling program. That means organic waste, which includes food waste and yard debris, will be picked up and processed in a sustainable way instead of going to the landfill. Organic waste in landfills is a major contributor to greenhouse gases. By recycling it with Republic Services, we can have a major impact on reversing the climate crisis. So how can you do your part to comply with SB 1383? The Republic Services solution is simple. Add your food waste to your existing yard waste debris cart. Republic Services will continue to use its existing 3-cart system. The green container is still for recyclables, and the material that can be recycled hasn't changed. The black container is for waste headed to the landfill, and the brown container is now for both food waste and yard debris. So, what is food waste exactly? Food waste can be anything from fruit and vegetable peels and rinds, cooked meat and poultry scraps and bones, coffee grounds and filters, eggshells, and other food leftovers. It also includes food-soiled paper and cardboard, such as pizza boxes, napkins, paper plates, tea bags, and other non-waxed or coated products. Check with your city to find out what items are accepted in your organics program. Sorting your organic waste is easy. When you're preparing or cleaning up meals, collect your food scraps in a portable container, such as a bowl or pail. Then empty your collected food scraps into your organic waste cart. Items such as cans, glass, unsoiled cardboard, trash, and plastic to-go and grocery bags are unacceptable and belong in your trash or recycling carts. Now that you have your items sorted properly, you will set your carts out on the street as usual the night before your regular pickup. Republic Services will collect your organic waste and take it to one of our composting facilities to turn it into nutrient-rich mulch or soil amendment for use in landscaping and agriculture. Your food waste will ultimately convert to enriched soil for growing plants, such as fruits and vegetables, closing the loop where it began, with healthy food on your table. Together, we can comply with the law, dramatically reduce emissions from landfills, and do our part to help combat the climate crisis. Republic Services. We are sustainability in action. Learn more at ggcity.org/organics-recycling.